So I researched a little bit more, and I think I understand the voting process now. The the idea that peer sets, right? So I'm not necessarily sure what the algorithm looks like for determining that exactly, but I guess it's based on like the goal here is to get to either the goal is to get to 80% consensus, right? Find out to reach absolute super duper fucking high karate finality or whatever. And if it doesn't get to that in one, if it doesn't get to what was it, the fast track, the slow track, 60% is the slow track, 80% is the fast track, but um, stake weighted peer sets, I think. So if that's what that is, that's what that is. That is what that is, right, guys? So the goal is like, well, the goal is to try and reach either 60 or 80% as fast as humanly possible, right? Oh, come on, don't do it, guy. And the way you achieve that the fastest is by the least amount of communicating required. And the fastest way to do that with the least amount of communicating is to relay your BLS signature certificates to the nodes that have the most stake weighted voting, not voting power, but you know what I mean? Delegated or staked Solana, right, is like the fastest way possible to get the thing validated. Uh, so like someone has 10%, another person has 20. You're like, and all this, the people have like ones and twos, right? You're like, well, the fastest way to get to that 60% or 80% to vote on a block or whatever is to, you know, the least amount of communication required from a validator to a stake weighted node that would aggregate the BLS certificate signatures, right? And then I guess I have to research more. That's all. There's some of the shit I get, I understand, but there's like these like nuanced questions that when I search it online, there's no like definitive answer. At least I have to like trick the AI into telling me what it is that I want it to know or what that I want to know or whatever. So it's like I'm getting it. It's just a bit weird. But when the aggregation process is what I don't understand. How does it aggregate? How does it determine? You know, like like I have a vote. I want to sign your Declaration of Independence, Mister Blockmaster. Um, how do I know where to send it? Does it go like, oh well, the largest validator on the network then, right? Is that how that works? And then it's like, and then go on down the list there, and you're like, and then how does that well, peer set how does that peer set determine which validator or how does it determine which validator aggregates the signatures? And if it's aggregating signatures, uh, I just wish I knew. I wish I knew, man. I'll figure it out. But it is slightly more complicated than the previous thing, but seems to make more sense. But the BLS certificates, signatures, um, stake weighted peer sets, it said. And the linear thing that I read was something else. That was rotor, not voter, if I remember correctly. My fucking app is running like fucking retarded, dude. Why is it doing this? Oh, Jerry. Oh, I didn't. train or anything. So I need to get my new spells.
May the light embrace you.
Cause I'm not understanding. So the thing is, what's crazy is like the people that have the answers that make all of this shit like run more efficiently are probably not going to like the amount of I guess understanding. How many people know about this BLS signature thing? Probably not many. Uh, Whatever. Anyway, I'm convinced that it's neat. But the thing is, like, for someone to have implemented this as a proposal for the overhaul Alpenglow means that the person had to know all of this shit and also understand this like very specific signature key that can be used in a way that is lightweight and you can pile multiple signatures onto one certificate. I don't know how common these things are. These are all new to me, you know what I mean? I don't know if like in the crypto sphere, probably way more common knowledge amongst those people, but like the actual, cryptographic community, not necessarily cryptocurrency, but uh, yeah, I don't know. I guess cryptography, regardless, I guess is an industry. So, but the thing is, like, for someone to realize, like, I've got to understand this voting process better. You know what I mean? I need to understand it better. And I think I understand. I'm just like, okay, vote. Why why don't they just send their votes directly to the block leader? That's that's kind of the question. Maybe not. Maybe that's not the question. The question is I don't understand it and I have no one to ask. So I'm trying to dig through a very big dark room trying to find an answer to this shit. That's the first time my character's been to Ironforge. There ought to be a priest trainer somewhere here, right? Where's the priest trainer? No. Cool. I think I get binding heals soon, don't I?
Welcome.
I do have binding heal now. So mana burn, great heal, binding heal. Let's get some new shit on our bars. So for good God, Jerry, my shadow still heals a friendly target and the caster for 1042. Cool. We'll put that on our bar. Okay, shadow. We learned a new mind blast and a new vampiric touch. There's the mind blast. And a new vampiric touch means it does more damage. And our binding heal is the thing that we got for level 64, like the new Outlands. So whoop-de-doo. We don't have Mass Dispel yet, so we need to put a greater heal. Uh, we're here at binding heal's pretty cool, although that's not going to be there. Yeah, there's so much shit to put on your bars here. It's absurd, right? Are you gonna put you want your heals here, not like whatever. You're only going to be in shadow to do damage, so binding heal, vampiric touch, greater heal. Rank 9. I wonder why I'm confused. I've had the 3 different mind blasts on my bar. Well, that was lame. Anticlimactic. Now we need to respec. Shit, well, holy. Change your buttons around so the next time we do it, we don't forget. And binding heal should be, I guess, number 1. We've got greater heal. And what else did we learn? Not to leave the refrigerator door open. New mind blast. And on a new mana burn, so shift 3. Discipline thing. Should be everything. Disappointed in you, Spray. And my hearth is fucked. Did I use that earlier? Oh, okay. Well, respec Shadow. Find a mage portal somewhere. Where's the mage? Really? Like we're just stuck here. Hey, that guy can blink. That means you can get me where I need to go. Oh, it just... What the fuck happened to it? Where'd it go? Where did it go? That was weird. Oh, you're on the same layer already. Cool.
Open your heart to the light.
So now we can.
Be kind.
The 50th time I've gotten here. Did they change the X app to make this transparent? I'm like, does this just look different? Does it always look like this? Alright, now we're on an adventure. Now we've got more spells on our bar. Cool. So now we've got 2 dots. All these quests are somewhere, and like my whole map has chicken pox now. Legs of Zangarmarsh. I've already said my Zangradarsh joke today, so I'm not gonna say it again. Vampiric Embrace cost 400 mana. And how much damage? Well, it does damage too. How much? I don't know. And I got all these quests, and oh, I need a fucking vacation, dude. I need to get off from underneath this roof and go do some shit sometime during my life. Treacherous, trifling ass bitches. God damn it. Well, so I'm trying to better understand the voting process, because where I'm hung up on is what how does it, like, to determine aggregate, like, is this a cryptographic term that I'm not familiar with, or is it a Solana term that I need to learn, or I guess, am I thinking of append, like appending a certificate to add another signature? I don't know if it's like, and then the block leader at some point in time publishes a, I forget what they call it, but there's a specific name for it. Like okay, we've gotten all the votes, we've whatever, you know. sucks that silence is on a global cooldown and counterspell isn't, because I'm so used to being able to counterspell whenever, and not shit you can do about it with silence. Makes you wonder, do you use your silence like a counterspell, or do you preemptively? Collecting plant parts. Big old bowl of rice. Or chicken. Mixed vegetables. Huh. Come on now, there's gonna be one more of these things somewhere. Devouring Plague, that's an undead priest thing, isn't it? Really? Come on now. Are you guys there right now? Are you guys with me? Hello? Hello? There we go. Now we gotta get some of these marsh lurkers. I've done this quest before. I think they're up here. Maybe? Okay now.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. Pot of land. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Hey, how are you? Because the thing is, I'm thinking, I'm like, just being able to aggregate signatures that way is like a whole thing. You know what I mean? Just being able to, you know what I mean? Like just being able to vote that way, like any consensus process. Like there's so much shit going on here that it's hard to digest all of it sometimes. You know, like even just some of the other shit, right?
Still recharging. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
How the fuck do you get out of here? How the fuck do you get out of here, mister? Because it looks like we've gone up now Where? How do we get out of here? Anyone? Anyone with some suggestions on how to get out of here? Wow, we need to kill one more. Okay, now. Remember how we got here? How the fuck did we get here? This should get us out of here. I think. Or not. Please, I have somewhere to be. My team needs me. Can you let me out of this cave? Oh. For fuck's sakes, dude, I might have to hearth. And fly there. Can you summon? I'm kind of stuck in this impossible fucking cave. Thank God, dude, I just logged my character out. I don't think I ever would have been able to get out of there. I'm gonna have to retire old Flay Parker. If I'm stuck in some goddamn cave. Which one's Mana Tombs? This is Manitombs, not this other one. Anyway, whatever. Totally here for it, guy. Let's go. Ooh, DPS in a shadow was fun. This is so much fun. You think they're gonna tell mom? So it just feels like you're having too much fun. They're gonna tell mom. It's like, you think they're gonna tell mom? No, I'm gonna tell your mom if you're having too much fun. Better not have too much fun, or I'll tell your mom. What type of parent are you? That's a parent. Just a disciplinarian, I guess. See, the goal, the reason why I think that's funny is the goal of parenting isn't necessarily to just, like in a kid's mind, right? It's like, my parents just never let me have any fun. It's like, no, we don't want you drinking bleach and driving drunk and all this other stuff. You know, in a kid's mind, though, the goal of the parent is basically, yeah, but don't have too much fun, right? Don't you dare have any fun, right? Yeah, can I have a sleepover at someone's house, right? Yeah, but don't have too much. Yeah, but don't go having too much fun. I guess maybe some parents do say that. Actually, now I think about it. You know, they tell you not to get in trouble. Yeah, that's what they tell you. Don't get in too much. Don't get in any trouble. Yeah, but don't go having too much fun. I promise. Like only if you promise not to have too much fun. Right. Yeah. You gotta strange things. There's something there. It's not much, but there's something. There's a nugget of funny there. It made me laugh. In my mind, though, I'm always writing this imaginary TV show with all these people that I really like, and so I'm like, gotta come up with jokes, man. Gotta have jokes for the imaginary television show. Our tank is this guy. So much healing. Really? All right. Well. Do you all have shadow protection and stuff? Yeah. That was such a fun time though. Is yeah. Never mind.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I can't cast that.
Oh yeah, top DPS. Top DPS. Top DPS. You thought you might expect to see that? It's not every day you do top DPS.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
I'm gonna toss some shields and stuff there, but that's a bit close for comfort, ain't it?
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't letting me. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't letting me. That's still recharging. I need water. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't letting me. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't letting me. I need water.
Crazy. Where is their tank? Why are we doing it this way?
That's still recharging.
Why won't it let me out of shadow form?
That spell isn't letting me.
Let me out of shadow. Are you fucking kidding me?
I can't cast that. That spell isn't letting me. I can't cast that.
X, why wouldn't it let me out of shadow? Was I hitting C instead? Derp. Yeah, pretty sure I was trying to hit it. I hit the wrong button, I guess.
That spell isn't letting me. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't letting me. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't letting me. I can't cast that. That's still recharging.
Where's our tank?
That spell isn't letting me. I can't cast that. That's still recharging.
How did I hit myself on that? That guy died like instantly. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. So Wish they had the things above their heads to show the mana too, you know. Muammar Gaddafi. Shit. So much heals from all that shit, dude. It's crazy. Everything makes a difference at that point. Like, how much less the druid has to do. Everybody stays topped up. All he has to do is focus on one of the guys. God damn it.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Rough fear. You're so shitty. Paladin.
I can get past that if you need. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can get past that if you need. That spell isn't ready yet.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter, as I am a gracious host.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can get past that if you need. That's still recharging. I can get past that if you need.
God damn it. I hate being sheeped. It's so lame and it lasts like a minute and I can't dispel it.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can get past that if you need. That spell isn't ready yet. I can get past that if you need. That's still recharging. Goddamn Loch Ness monster. Goddamn Loch Ness monster. I don't know what I can't or can't listen to on YouTube. Like, it sucks not having like. Well, I'd love to show you this thing, you know. And I'd say if it's on YouTube, why can't I stream me listening to it on YouTube? It seems like a retarded thing there, I can
doesn't
get
it?
past that if you
Like,
need.
you guys play
Still
it.
recharging. That spell isn't ready
Like,
yet.
how is that a policy violation?
I can get past that if you need. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
God damn it. Is fear like the worst range ever, dude? I swear when priests fear me, it never works like that.
I can get past that. That's still recharging.
Anyway, Faded and everything. I didn't have salve. Oh, my salve fell off, I think. Fell off. Anyways. I don't know why I pulled aggro. I didn't do a whole lot of damage. I guess the tank was. Oh, the tank was on the sparks. Yeah. I thought he was gonna consecrate and get on the boss, but if you want to. I'm down to do DPS. Look at those pants. They're not even an upgrade. Oh, starving. So we can get shards or whatever. These guys are playing smart, bro. I never go through that amount of effort to do this shit. Cool. Awesome. We got them spirit shards. Totally worth it because we need them at this level. You know? Yeah, good call. Well, we got Loco Hands is still an Arcanon. Train on Loco. Waiting on Loco to zone in.
Are we gonna go, locos? Oh, there he is. There he is. We'll be alright. Do you have fucking memento disease? Can I at least quote? Am I allowed to quote movies and TV shows while I'm streaming without violating copyright terms of service? You have fucking memento disease? I told you, there's too much tuna. You're on a prank show. Come on, dude. George Hard R. Martin? Did that didn't make you laugh? Then you need to leave America. You've got to leave the United States if you don't think that's funny. If you don't think that that's funny, then fuck you, right? Go work for Al Qaeda. You go fucking be goddamn secretary for Bin Laden for all I care. If you don't think that's funny, you're not American. You are not American, goddammit. If you don't think George Hard R. Martin was funny, come on. It was super funny. It was my favorite meme ever. It's my favorite meme ever. George Hard R. Martin. For fuck's sakes, dude. It was too funny. Ah. Why does that do damage to me? It killed that thing. It's not supposed to do damage if it kills a thing.
I guess if I could quit paying attention to what buttons I'm pressing and pay more attention to the shit around me, then I could probably tab silence and shit a little better. But I'm like focused on looking at the bar and all that shit. When I get all this shit hovered in front of me, it'll be a lot better. George Hard R. Martin. He's creme de la creme of me. I don't know. Is he old British racist? Right? I guess. I guess maybe he is or isn't. I hope I ever don't get famous enough to where I can't say shit like, oh well, suddenly that's libel, slander. George Hard R. Martin. Well, George Hard R. Martin is a racist, but you know what I mean though. Where like suddenly you're famous, suddenly you're popular. Now you can't fucking say shit anymore. Didn't stop Trump. Doesn't it sure doesn't stop Trump, does it? Creep Jacker. Creep Jacker. Sounds like a wrestler name, doesn't it? My ear's ringing. That's the thing is like they've got the crypto. I'm trying to think of ways like meme coins would make more sense. Like they did charity coins, like cause coins would be cool too. But the thing is like, what's the shtick? There's always it's like, what's the point? You know, kind of thing. But whatever. You know, people are like, I guess charities would make more sense, but you know, people are like, I hate it when people hurt dogs. You know, how do I take damage from that? My thing fucking killed it. My Shadow Word Death killed that thing. Why am I taking damage? I thought you weren't supposed to if you kill it, if it kills it or whatever. Does it have to be the Shadow Word Death? I don't know. I don't know. It should be. I mean, it should have died like right then and there. I guess they thought it looked like it did, but it didn't. Are we trying to skip some of this shit, or I'm just wondering, dude? I can feel like all the stuff. I know I've been saying that for years now. Like I'm kind of like it's in the air tonight, to quote Phil Collins. You know.
Uh-huh.
Gulp, 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 gulp. God damn it. No, wait till I have mana.
ain't gonna go well for me. I fucking did all I could do to get out of all this shit, dude. I didn't fucking hardly did anything. Show me staff of. Oh, that thing is so good. Awesome. Immediate upgrade. Now my spell resist, spell hit stuff is good. Now that makes sense. Don't even joke about that kind of thing, dude. Don't even joke about it.
It's bullish though, man. I mean, really, like any good news in crypto, I'm like all for it. Anything bullish at this point. Oh, fucking shielded the wrong guy there. There we go. Cleaning up, dude. Yeah, I'm kind of pissed at my guild, dude. I don't know if I want to raid with these guys, really.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see,
When I think about the shit that happened the other day, I'm like, I normally don't die on boss fights. You know, the one time that I had a premature death on a boss fight, not the only time, but arguably I could have done more. But the thing was, the tank beamed the raid with the fucking thing, not to mention, and then they bitched at the entire like raid group for it. You know what I mean? They were sitting there shit talking all of our DPS, like, oh, all you guys died. It's like these guys never die on boss fights, period. And a whole group of them dies, and they start shitting all over the DPS and saying it's their fault or whatever. And then the guy that wiped the raid or wiped our group that day quits the guild, you know, and everybody says boo that guy, boo him. He's an idiot. This, that, and the other thing, and a liar and everything else. And I'm like, well, that is the guy that. So like one of the deaths that I have to account for on a boss fight. I'm like, I've never died on Morgrim. I died on Vash the last, but just out of pure shit luck, man. The thing spawned a thing right on top of me in the middle of the tainted core and all that. But consistently, I managed to stay alive through all the boss fights, all the encounters, and everything else. And that Braid of the Serpent Coil dropped on one of those boss fights, and they gave it to the guy that didn't even live through the encounter. Not to mention, I had top DPS on a majority, or at least half of the fights, right? Not just top mage DPS, top DPS for the guild, right? On a lot of those encounters, right? I'm like, so not only am I staying alive and lasting through boss fights more, I also do more DPS on occasion. You know, at the time, whenever there was no gear discrepancy, and I'm like, in this last week, I play like shit. I'm frustrated with the guild. I don't necessarily want to be raiding with these people, um, and then like I don't know what to make of it. And then last week, I didn't die on like anything in Serpent Shrine. This last week, we didn't have a paladin tank. I died on like TK. Another thing where an orb hit the raid group and an entire group of people died that normally never die on boss fights. And you're like, is that group's fault, or is it the person doing the thing's fault? Or like, because these people almost never die on boss fights. So I was dead on two of the fights, unfortunately. But the raid leader, the guild leader, like calls for the other mage to be rezzed. I'm like, the one that doesn't make it through like half the encounters, if that, you know, on a weekly basis. And it kind of pissed me off to think like, remember, and then they imposed some sort of new thing where like, well, they didn't say this is a rule, but it's like an unspoken thing, it seemed like. Well, give it to the guy that actually made it through the boss encounter without dying. And I'm like, mind you, when this was the best in slot mage trinket for a while, the person you gave it to did not make it through the boss fight that day. Not to mention, had died on numerous encounters before, and still didn't get top DPS on at least half of the fights. I'm like, also on top of that, all this other stuff. I'm like, yeah, I don't even feel like raiding with these fucking people. I really don't. At some point in time, and then we both die on TK. He calls for the other mage to get rezzed. I'm like, the guy that doesn't make it through like half of the encounters. He's like, yeah, but he's top DPS. I'm like, well, actually, not really. You know what I mean? Up until that week, this TK this last week was the shittiest I've played because I've been frustrated with the shit. And the people that know, like the people that know, you know what I mean? The people that like have to heal and understand, and versus just people that don't heal, just DPS, don't understand like the difference between how much damage I take and how much damage other people take and stuff. And like, yeah, you can grade me on Karathresh because I'm not really trying to do the shit. I'm trying to do the most damage to the Spitfire totems. I'm not trying to top damage on that fight. You know what I mean? Because why, if I don't, then the raid wipes, you know? And it seems like I hate the fact that the person in control of all this shit seems to be a fucking idiot. And is rewarding mediocrity. You know, I hate it. I get to the point where it's like, it's not about me not getting something at this point. It's about like, what do I need to do to get you to recognize that I'm, not to say I'm better, but I mean, in all reality, yeah. I mean, not to mention, give a shit rather whatever, but it's like when you start prioritizing loot, like giving away things that I earned, dude. I swear, I counted up all this shit. It's like, yeah, according to the parse, maybe not, but mind you, the parse also asks you to not do what you are supposed to do in the name of topping DPS. As a mage, the fact that you don't get damage for like AoEing stuff, pretty much. You're like, that's like, well, 1/3 of what you're supposed to be doing. If it's not damage, it's like sheeping and then AoEing, right? It's like the three things a mage does. And a parse system is designed to reward those with a high score that ignore two of those things, right? And and then not to mention the fucking like the guy seems like he likes me, but that shit pissed me off, dude. Fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, why not res the person that doesn't ever seem to have this problem versus the person that seems to top damage and can't live through half the content? You know what I mean? Not to mention, also still tops, and I also still top damage. Like on Vash, I was way ahead of the guy. You know, last week before that, I'm pretty sure I was top damage on Leo Theras. He died to his demon on that fight. I was neck and neck with him on something, like Morgrim Tidewalker was like 1,000 damage difference. And if you knew how the gnome racial worked, and not to mention best in slot gear, and I guess the guy's upset that I got the PvP necklace and he's on like a 1900 5v5 team, which is whatever, cum napkins for all I care. I've been 2450 in the past, which is not the highest score ever, but if I were to get with the people that I played with at the time, I could get it again, you know what I mean? The fact of the matter is my teams aren't relatively really high rated because I'm playing with like real life friends and I'm trying to enjoy myself and I'm not trying to get hyper competitive and giving myself one more reason to be upset about a video game. But and I do have a lot of real life stuff I'm trying to juggle too. But yeah, I mean, reward mediocrity. I'll find a different guild then. Fuck it. Not to say I need to be like coddled or pet or like treated a certain way, but this other guy, Harry Pottis, new mage, doesn't die on content, top damage on TK. Yeah, I'm glad he got the shit, and I'm glad you aren't rewarding me for playing like shit. But at the end of the day, the other guy playing like shit, seemingly, not able to kill his demon and stuff. Come on, man, really? This isn't like I got beamed for no reason on Lurker or whatever. I mean, that happened, I think, once before, like the first week we did this shit. I haven't done this stuff in 20 years. And I don't have any of the add-ons or anything. So, like, reasonably, I've never died on Alar. I've never died on Solarian. I've only died on Void Reaver once. Or one of those weeks I pulled aggro and got gibbed, so twice. But this one last week wasn't my fault because the orb hit the group and killed 4 or 5 people right off the flip, right? Could have been, I could have done more, but then again. So TK, I don't know if I have or haven't. This week I did, but I normally don't die on TK at all. And I'm like, okay, and then Hydros, I've never died on Hydros. Died on Morgrim once, like the first week. I've kept track of all of this. I've died on Leo Theras, but only at like 5% when like only 1 or 2 people were left at the end of the shit. I've never died on Morgrim Tidewalker, and I've never died on Karathresh, and I've died on Vash twice, and that was because fucking caught on the stairs, bad spawns, a tainted core. I've kept track of every time. You know what I mean? That's how meticulous I am about the shit. So to say I don't know or that I don't understand is like, and then now to know, like, I'm not trying to say like how many times I have or haven't, but there is such thing as circumstance, and clearly you shouldn't, first and foremost, right? And like, but here's the thing, as much as it pisses me off, like this is what you have all but requested I do in words, right? Like this is what you've asked me to do to get the thing that I deserve, is die on half the content and top DPS on the other 25% of the shit, right? That's what you told me to do, because, essentially you've rewarded the person for not even making it. Not only that, like to add insult to injury, they gave the other mage the trinket over me on a fight he didn't even live through and has consistently not made it through. You know what I mean? So yeah, I've got a right to be pissed about it. I'm not going to sit there and jabber the goddamn guild leader's ear off, because he's a type of fag that sits there and does baby talk and stuff in front of a bunch of grown men in his guild and all that stuff. I'm like, the guy's got the mind of a child, I guess. I don't really know. Um, I find it convenient, you know. I can't much say that I care for the people rewarding that kind of shit. It's kind of annoying, especially when you take the shit as seriously as I do. Not to mention all the other stuff. It's like, well, pile it on, pile it on, pile it on, right? The healers that actually are responsible for the shit understand and know, and they're the players that people I believe respect the most, because I've been told by more than one person that they're actually relatively good, you know, really good at PvP, really good at all this stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking like, yeah, I don't get it. So you have people that want to complete the content and people that want to ego flex on a parse chart or whatever. And at the end of the day, I played like shit this last week, frustrated. Plus, they didn't have the right tanks and all that stuff, but not making excuses. I knew how to not pull aggro and die, but say fuck it at some point in time, you know. In all honesty, play like shit, whatever. What does it matter? You aren't going to be rewarded equally regardless. There's all those weeks that I tried my ass off and like let myself get bent out of shape and try super hard and try and make the shit work. But yeah, well, and then fucking, I was so 110% confident that I was going to get that trinket that I had to fucking put the shit and log off. I had to just fucking step away for a day. Like, I was that confident because I'm like, I kept up with the damage charts. I looked at the things. The week before, I was top damage on 2/3 of the fights. In one instance, half the instance on the other, you know, and I'm like, okay. And the guy didn't even live through it. And then the person who is just sitting there, I guess, tunnel visioned, looking at the fucking thing, only sees this one thing and doesn't pay attention to anything else. So not only that, they voted on this shit, and more than one person voted against me. And I'm like, that's lame. They had the Dragon Spine trophy drop. They said it was such a close call. Why don't we just have them all roll? You know, I'm like, they didn't even do that. They outright loot counseled it to the guy that didn't even make it through the fight. I should just fucking quit my guild right now, to be honest. Shit pisses me off tremendously. And I'm not delusional. I'm not making this up. Like, I keep pretty good track of all the shit. You know, and you people sit here with me and watch me do this shit every week, right? But I'm not gonna bend myself out of shape too much. I will be right back though. It's getting pretty early in the morning. Hello. All right, now. Yeah, I know it's childish for me to get, but it's reflections of other things. I hate it. It just pisses me off. That's all.
Arcanon Horus. Saved you.
Yes. I guess we're about to abandon our Zangarmarsh quest and just move to Terracar because this shit is about up leveled it. But I don't know. Can I listen to other YouTube videos? I guess if you have the right thing to do the copyright, whatever. So someone said $400 million. Is that how much that guy made from Coinbase? He said a $400 million exit. Did he really make that much from fucking Coinbase? Really?
The Naru have not forgotten us. Remember the lessons of the past.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's crazy. If it's true, I can't imagine how it's true, but if he did, then good for him. But nobody gets paid like that in crypto, do they? Ever? It's not like the AI race or anything. The money to be made in AI is like far more. The idea that like, well, you can't really like the entire crypto market is $1 trillion less than just the video graphics, video card market, company. You're like, yeah, you can't necessarily justify where the entire market cap, and that's like like quite literally, how much of that is just like poop dick numbers, like how much actual liquidity could you possibly get out of all of it? Like not that much, like a poop dick amount probably. Like maybe 20%. I wish there was a way to. There's not a way to use an algorithm. Like, I guess you could, but the thing is all that like liquidity and shit? Is that public knowledge for centralized exchanges? I understand on like Radium and all that stuff that you can view the liquidity pools and all that, but I don't think that the liquidity shit for whatever on like Coinbase and crypto and all that are. I don't think that's public, so that you wouldn't have any way of any way of knowing how to like how much actual liquidity is there. You could on all the you could probably figure out a way to do it um, through on Solana or whatever, but like if you actually sold, but then again, market makers and stuff do fill in, and it'd be if you sold it all at once, and yeah, I don't really know. But I don't know. Did I not explore these parts of these lakes here? It sure seems like I did. Do I need to get a stethoscope or something? Looking Glass. Lakes of Thingermarsh explored. Have to click anything? Oh, that's right. As the crow flies. Derp. I have to talk to that guy and he turns me into a bird. Aw. Turns me into a bird. It just means he cares. No, it doesn't. Too stupid. It's not nice to call people stupid because he's not, but the shit pisses me off. It pisses me off for all the reasons I just mentioned. The guy's not stupid, that's the thing. It's like, and it's not necessarily my position to inform him because it is his guild, you know, and he can hand the loot out to whoever, and we all agree upon that. But, and it wasn't, the thing is that it wasn't just one person. Like, and not one of you thought maybe to see if the guy was even alive for that fight or anything? Nothing? And like, and check the parse logs. I mean, yeah, I can do DPS to just parse too, but like I'm busy. You would think it's a good thing that you aren't top damage on Karathras, because that means that I'm killing the goddamn Spitfire totems. As much as I have a problem seeing them sometimes, but I try. You know what I mean? I'm trying to do that. Uh-huh. I'm hitting X and it's not shifting me out of shadow form. Why? Click it. Do you see me hitting the button? Why is it doing that? Which means I just have to put the flash shield on my bar. It's so weird. I don't know why it's doing that. They have moved the X user interface around. So there's like really? Fuck. I don't have enough mana to do it. I would have if I didn't have to drop out of that and heal and all that shit. Um, lame. God damn it. God damn it. Fucking got that other ad there. I would have had it if it weren't for that. Fuck. Oh. Wish I knew what was going on. I can't necessarily say, but like, as long as everybody knows what a charade some of this shit is and what it was, like, I can't help it. I know, like, all you do is bitch, whatever. But this guy Rob, right? Like, getting screwed over by him bothered the shit out of me. And on top of that, I don't know at what point in time, like, took it upon himself to 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 declare himself some sort of expert on something that he wasn't. And yeah, I know I'm just I don't want to be talking out my ass about it, but I'm trying to think like that type of shit's a problem. You know, it is. You know, I don't know how much it affects the overall thing or not, but I hope none really. Because at the end of the day, it's acceptable to not know something, but to take it upon yourself to volunteer yourself to like try to solve a problem that. And the thing was, the reason why is because it's fishy and suspicious, and I don't like the shit. Period. That's why. And he got he got his feelings so hurt by any time I tried to say like anything about anything like anytime a hack occurred, me having one comment about it, he got so defensive. And anytime I try to mention in the past things like, it kind of sucks that we can't get listed on CoinMarketCap. And I said something along the lines of like, maybe if there was some attempt on our part, mind you, I say our part, but it's not my place to be doing this because it's not my thing. And say to reach out to them and try to let them know that like, well, the hack occurred or whatever, and try to dispel any sort of negative understanding about what occurred or whatever. I'm not really articulating myself very well right now, but and the first thing he said to me was, well, what did he say? He said, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. I'm like, well, they have a free to list platform or the free to list program that you can apply, and they've never accepted our application to be listed on CoinMarketCap. Whether that's just something that for legalese, they pretend like they do free listing when they don't, and they want you to pay $5,000 to get listed on CoinMarketCap and all that stuff. Regardless, anytime I try to address the hack or anything about it, there's this real just kind of like sketchy, and it's not from Def. It isn't. It's from Rob specifically. And I'm like, I need to know more about how Rob got into the picture. I really do. And it's not necessarily, I'm not going to try like and get that answer from him, obviously. I need to get the answer from someone else. I really do. Someone that I can trust, because like, not that Def would lie to me about it, but it's not really my place to pry, and I wouldn't get the right answer from Rob, but it just seemed like too convenient that that guy was there to just swoop in and like resolve an issue, even though all it did was make things worse, and try to play me for a fool, which was going to be a huge mistake. But whatever. Fuck. Same exact thing as last time. I guess I thought that the fucking one guy was I not in shadow form? Fuck me running, dude. Can I get one person to help me with this shit for the love of God? Shitty luck, RNG. He didn't spawn water elementals the first time. But I'm like, they're both from, I guess, the same geographic region. I don't think they know each other in real life, but loyalties and that kind of thing, we speak the same language kind of shit. Yeah, I get that. But I don't know how contrived and at what level, and if Def was just doing his thing and then somebody that is some sort of contrived kind of actor in on the stage here, whatever it is, good or bad, I would say bad, right? And I'm not just saying that because I used to, I don't have much respect for the guy. I mean, not to be a dick, he likes me plenty, at least he says, or he makes it out to be. I don't know what his opinion of me is regardless. But I just think it's suspicious that you have a guy that just so happened to be there, and like what I said about Zach XBT or whatever, I wasn't trying, fuck me running. I wasn't trying to insult the guy. What do you do, man? PvP trinket. Anyway, yeah. Now that's pissing me off, obviously. But you know what I mean? I'm not stupid. I have to sit there and pretend like all this shit's over my head and I don't know what's going on, but whatever. Anyway, um, I wish he didn't have any loyalties to the guy. Really, the guy's nothing but a fucking snake. Period. And he's not competent. He doesn't understand any of this. He doesn't. The guy's an idiot. Unless he's, I just don't believe he's pretending. I think the guy's probably an idiot and a liar and a thief. You know what I mean? After it's all said and done, the way he did me, yeah, no, I mean, I can't be upset with death, but the other guy, Rob, no, he's a fucking thief. Come to me talking shit, not talking shit, but tugging at my heartstrings about all this, and then now I'm down 25 grand because of it. Not have a fucking ounce of wit about him, man, really. I guess this guy needs me to help him kill it now. That's the thing though, is like, yeah, if I could, I just gotta fucking crowbar him, I guess, hopefully, eventually. Not that, you know, I say I do, but like, if I can get a word in edgewise, man, I can do whatever I can to crowbar him away. I don't know if this guy needs me to stick around to help him do this or not. But at the end of the day, what sucks is no one is going to take that duo seriously. They'll take one of them seriously, very seriously, you know what I mean? And they'll have another guy that's quite literally twice his age sitting there with like a fish with his fucking mouth open, not knowing what anybody's talking about or saying or what it means or anything. Not to say I would know more, but no, I would know more. And I'm not saying like, oh, you have to pick me. I'm just saying that I see it for what it is. If I look, I like being fat, lazy, and retarded, not doing shit. Period. I would prefer it that way. The point is that I hate to see that this is all being left up to such an incompetent retard, buffoon, fucking idiot, thief, mongoloid. It's not nice. You know, the guy pretends he likes me, but he probably doesn't give a shit. He didn't give a shit when he pissed away 25,000 of my dollars. That's the number one sign somebody doesn't like me, as far as I'm concerned. Is if they don't mind pissing away everything that I have, then I assume they don't like me then, right? Okay, we got a few of these quests to turn in, and then we're gonna go to Terracar because this place is shitty. Zinger Marsh is super lame. And I'm not really looking for an apology or any of this shit, really. Like, fucking apologies are for people that I like. You know what I mean? I don't really want an apology for the shit. And I liked the guy at some point in time, and then I seen he's got this kind of like domineering, controlling kind of creep vibe about him. I just don't like him, period. Didn't always think that, and then I saw his sort of behavior and his mannerisms and how he conducts himself and how he treat certain like here's the thing, he called me, he messaged me at like I mean, if you knew how much sleep I lose over all this shit, you would say fucking, you know, hair falling out, losing sleep, like tremendous amounts of sleep, dude. I haven't slept right for like a year now. That's not anybody's fault but my own and Rob's, but the idea that after it was all said and done, he messaged me at like 1 o'clock in the morning my time and says, hey, I really need to have a sit-down talk with you about something. I'm like, fucking what? You know what I mean? Like, what? A sit-down talk with you? Like, okay. Seeing as how I don't work for you, I'm here to help. What is it? You know? Oh, nothing wrong. I'm like, oh, thank God. No, nothing. Like, I'm not getting called to the fucking principal's office. Are you serious? Yeah, I don't work for you, bitch. It's like, okay. I'm like, okay, yeah, well, fine then. Nothing's wrong, mind you, and I even told him, I said, because like, when people approach me like that and then just try to like leave it open-ended, I lose sleep. Like, I won't sleep that evening. Like, I'd be up for 30, 40 hours worrying. And so I'm like, are you sure there's nothing wrong? He's like, yeah, no problem at all. I'm like, okay, cool. Very next day, he goes, well, the reason why I have to talk to you is because we're broke. Def doesn't have anything. The project's gonna fail. We're gonna have to close up shop and leave town, basically, or whatever. I'm like, wait, this is a 180 from just yesterday when nothing was wrong. He's like, well, unless we get some months worth of financing, we can't do shit about it. We have to close up or whatever. I'm like, okay, well, seeing as how my entire life savings is already poured into this thing, what's the next extra $20,000? You know what I mean? What's that? Then, you know, I'm already going to be eating out of the garbage if it doesn't work. So what does it matter? You know. He goes, oh yeah, that should be good. That'll be good. You know, that'll get everything up and running, and that'll, you know, keep the lights on and stuff, and then the market will return. And like, like, not that he's the type of guy that can make those promises and keep them, but that is how he came to me. That is what he did. You know what I mean? And later on, he tried to cover his tracks a little bit, saying some shit like, "Yeah, well, you know, and he goes, I put up my own money too. Yeah, no, I put up my own money. I pay somebody some things, right?" I'm like, "You're a fucking liar, a piece of shit and a liar." Conned me out of like my last $20,000. I say 25,000 because I donated 5,000 to begin with, but then conned me out of my last 20 grand. Piece of shit, right? It's the type of shit you'll go to prison for if I find you, and I can. You know what I mean? If it gets to that point, if I get fucked over here, yeah, I will find the guy. I promise you that. I know how to do it. It wouldn't be a problem. But that being said, it hopefully doesn't come to that. But if I find out, even if it does, you know, find out the guy deliberately just tried to fuck me over, then yeah, I can make it happen. Trust me, I know how to. I've done it before to people far more intimidating and far more you know, far more of a nuisance, right? No pun intended. Um, Whatever. But it does bother me. I don't want to have to sit there and fight every goddamn person that I come across that does me wrong. The fact of the matter is that you would just hope people would be more mature and would do the shit correctly. But to sit there and like, I just want to know who has their steering wheel to his head to the point where he's making these decisions and calls. And I thought we were all on the same page. I thought we were all on the exact same page. I thought he would not be asking me this if it weren't 100% necessary. Well, come to find out, it wasn't. And I don't know exactly where it went or who got it or what, but I know that under the pretense that I was donating to the cause strictly to keep the lights on, not pay anybody's mortgage, not compensate people or pay salaries. I was giving it to them to be able to basically pay the internet bill to keep the thing up and running, and that is not what it went to. So, yeah, I am very pissed about it. And I don't know to what degree who's at fault, but I know I'm not, right? And I think Def to a far lesser extent, and I don't believe that he is necessarily at fault to the degree that Rob is, but Rob is certainly fucking. I would forgive Def, and it doesn't bother me as much because I think he got between a rock and a hard place and had to make a tough choice and kind of reneged on his statement about, well, I'm not going to spend it. I'm like, okay. And then weeks and weeks pass, and I don't necessarily sit there and hover over these wallets and keep track of every goddamn thing because I've got stuff to do, you know, as much as it doesn't look like it, but I can't obsess about every detail. I just can't. And so I try not to, you know, I try not to obsess about every detail, right? But Rob, this shit rubbed me the wrong way, man. I'm like, I don't know where he gets his orders from. I don't know what group he's aligned with. I don't know if he's a guy that showed up after the fact and and I get the impression just kind of weaseled his way into Def's circle and has some sort of an impression on him that you wouldn't want the guy babysitting, that's all, period. He's a creep. He's a full-blown creep. You're talking to a person that's had to live with people that are full-blown creeps, you know? People just rub you the wrong way, the type of shit. You don't want them living next to you. You don't want them babysitting. Kind of just weird, creepy, give you creep vibes, that's all. And then acts like that. I'm like, well, maybe where there's smoke, there's fire then, right? So, and I'm not the type of guy to just insult somebody because right? I'm not really. But that pissed me off like something else, man. So we have one Zinger Marsh quest. We have to kill each one of these guys, I guess. I asked him at one point in time, I'm like, what efforts are being made while we're here to get this thing listed on Moonshot? He goes, to my knowledge, it's already listed on Moonshot. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, there's an application process that has to meet certain requirements. You can go to Moonshot and look and see that it's not. Why are you telling me that unless you're just full of shit? I'm like, unless you're trying to drop a hint or something or whatever. I'm like, well, I don't really play that game. The thing needs to be listed on Moonshot at some point in time, and it isn't going to list itself. So, you sitting there, someone sitting there, project lead sitting there telling me that it already is, and like trying to play some game with me. Like, yeah, I don't appreciate the shit. Period. Yes or no answer. I don't need to get paid lip service by somebody, like, unless you know somebody that works there, and he's always the type of guy trying to hint or allude to without ever having anything tangible about that kind of shit. He's always posting things like in the chat. He was saying like, Ledger likes Leah, you know what I mean? He keeps posting like advertisements for Ledger, and I'm like, I'm sure somebody there does, but I'm like, this is the type of shit like, what are you doing? You're pissing me off. That's all. Like hinting at, alluding to what, that they're a silent partner or something. If they were, then you shouldn't be saying it. And on top of that, trying to instill some sort of false hope in the community that you've got some sort of connection that you don't is a big no-no. I don't like the shit. Period. And not to mention his reasoning for it. Someone said, dude, is Ledger blah 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 really? You know, and his answer, he didn't give like a definitive answer, which is why you know the guy's full of shit. He said, well, they made a pink wallet, didn't they? I'm like, that's your reason for this? Really? They made a pink wallet. You're a fucking idiot. Like, that shit is not going to fly. Anybody seeing that should be embarrassed. It's like, talk about a relationship or whatever, professional wise, that it can't work, period. That's all. Guy's a fucking idiot. He might be intelligent, I don't know, I don't see it myself, personally. Not saying that I am, but I see, like, shit idiot behavior, and it's like, well, why is... Well, it's because he's had plenty of practice lying to the public. He's done this before. There are probably countless people sitting there crying over getting rugged out of coins that he sat there and did this shit with them, you know? So, stands to reason that the guy's probably got a trail of tears that follow him everywhere he goes of people that he's fucked over in the past, and which is why he can't show his face and has no intention on ever doing so either, you know, at least publicly. With no citable reason as to why either. No safety concerns, nothing, just try to remain in the shadows. Like, why? So no one can hold you accountable? Like, well, I know what you look like. You know. So, without getting all fire and brimstone about this shit, I mean, in all honesty, I might pursue something just because I don't like being fucked with is all at some point in time. But I can't jeopardize the overall thing to get after just one person for acting like a fucking idiot. But you never know. This shit is not acceptable. I didn't ask. I don't deserve to be treated that way. I didn't ask to be treated that way. I've had people take advantage of me in the past, mistake my kindness for weakness. I'm playing a longer game here, and I was under the impression that we were all on the same page. Well, you might have just signed your resignation then, you know what I mean? And if so, then that's probably a very good thing for me in the long run. Acting like such a bitch. You know what I mean? And I hate to be that way. And I don't ever want to pretend like I'm that Machiavellian or anything. It just, well, you know, it's one of those things where if we all agree to play by the rules, when you break them, an accountability committee at some point in time that will hold you accountable for this shit. Because, yeah, no, that's just how it works. It's crypto. You might think they don't pay attention, dude. Like, I've been doing this longer than that guy has. I know for a fact how this shit works to a large degree. And if the community themselves aren't watching, the FBI and the Securities and Exchange Commission most definitely are. And he might not understand that, or he pretends he doesn't, or whatever, or thinks that some cloak of anonymity is going to protect him for fucking people over, but it doesn't, period. Like, they can subpoena and get exactly his address in one day if they need to. But the thing is, like, when these people, like, the what amount of practice has this guy had doing this in the past, where these projects get hacked, and his job is to, like, come in and pretend to have some. Because the one thing I said, and I wasn't even insulting Zach XBT or whatever. I was just saying, I'm like, this isn't typical shit. North Korea stole $2.52 billion from a Chinese cryptocurrency exchange, and then Chinese stepped in to facilitate the bridge loans required to fill the gap there. I'm like, yeah, this is suspicious as can be. I'm not saying that Zach XBT was hired to come up with some official story or anything. I'm not making that accusation. I was just saying that things are not as they seem here, obviously. You know, someone in North Korea had to get paid, and that was how they got paid, basically. And he's like, well, I wouldn't go around calling him a punk or anything. I'm like, that guy's no punk. I'm like, I'm not calling him a punk. Why are you so defensive? I didn't find out till months later that he was the guy that came up with the video explaining the hack that occurred. What a joke that was, right? And the thing is why he got so defensive is the thing that he thought I accused Zach XBT of doing was exactly what he was doing. And every attempt to address this hack, the guy's super defensive. I'm not a retard. I have to pretend to be one for now, but trust me, like, I'm not fucking stupid. We'll see in the end, man. I promise you that. The thing is, a lot of these guys all thought they'd never have their location sitting there right on X for you to view and all that. Oh shit. God damn it. I don't have a mana potion. Fuck. God damn it. Am I gonna be able to do this? What Wait, mana drain him and let him melee you, I guess. Yeah, but the guy's a crook. He's a fucking loser. I don't like airing dirty laundry in public, and I know this isn't necessarily public, but it's the same guy. Oh, hey. You want me to help you? Look at these ebony and ivory motherfuckers here. Up and each other kill internet monsters on the other team. Did I not get that for the complete that for the quest? Yeah, and I mean, like, I would hate to find out the guy's like somebody's nephew in charge or whatever, but what I said's still true. You've got a fucking shit idiot for a nephew. Hope it isn't true, but you know what I mean. You're like, oh, well, that's like somebody's like retarded friend, and they fucking they unplug the controller and let him pretend he's playing Mario Kart and all that stuff. He's just here practicing for the fucking Special Olympics. Oh, he's special, all right. He's a special one, all right. But then again, he's the my what I believe to be my most likely suspect in being a fucking weirdo and being a creep and a thief and all that. I don't know what his intentions, if any, that are good for Def really. And if he's got a steering wheel to his head, I hate that because the guy. It would be one thing if he were making decisions that were meaningful, but this guy's idea, it tells you where did you learn to be this stupid is the question. His idea of like for a coin, like one of these times he even had the nerve to say Def was like working his ass off, like you could tell 16-hour days, no questions asked, at how much shit was getting done, and putting his blood, sweat, and tears into it all, right? And the guy had the nerve to say, well, I wish this would all help the token price go up. You're like, really? Like, you have the nerve to be sitting in an all-you-can-eat buffet and complain about the quality or whatever, or sitting at a fucking five-star restaurant and complaining that it's not an all-you-can-eat buffet. Like, that's what you're doing right now. You know, like, I have a fucking problem with people that are like that because time and time again, like I've said, everybody wanted to sit on the sidelines and pretend that this one guy is the one that's going to be solely responsible to make this all work for everybody else's benefit. You're like, well, fucking, what quite a humanitarian you guys expect him to be, right? And in all honesty, is quite a humanitarian, right? Uh, that being said, it's not his responsibility to put food on your plate. It's your own responsibility. And the amount of give a fucks that I've seen people, or lack thereof, means to me that these people don't really give a shit, dude. They do not. And like, they see this as a way to get rich and they don't give a flying fuck. It bothers the shit out of me, man. Really. And I hate to see anybody that has such a lack of appreciation for something special to be in at the ground level of something and stand to make themselves super wealthy for just being there. You know, like, come on. So I have to eventually not air it out in public or whatever, but when the time is right, I'll try my best to get more of an idea from Def without like poking and prodding beyond the point of what's acceptable to figure out, you know, and at some point in time, this whole thing is going to be a smash success, and me and Def will probably fucking live together for all I know, right? And when that day is, or before then, I'm sure, you know, there's going to be some disclosures, and that's fine with me. Um, I'll let him go through my internet history if it makes him if it makes him feel any better. Make him look, yeah, let him look through my Pornhub account or whatever. If it makes you feel any better, you know, whatever. Uh,
What's on your mind?
if that's what does he want that? Shit, fucking weirdos. No, I'm kidding. But that's the thing is that like if you have to fucking if I have to tell you about the time I got caught masturbating at that birthday party, I'll tell you, right? If I've got to embarrass myself, fucking, but you know, I would like to know. Did you get caught masturbating? It was like Keanu Reeves. Did you get caught masturbating at that birthday party? It wasn't a birthday party. Anyway. By the time I got caught masturbating at that birthday party, god damn it. Old MC Chris. Right. So, we're gonna get the fuck out of Zangermarsh soon. But the point being is like, yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine why you'd want to so publicly flail and fumble when you know, if you're as smart as you pretend you are, you don't think you know, like, buddy, the world's watching us, not deaf, Rob, like, and you're acting like a shithead is the thing. And I'm like, you can't motivate me to act like a shithead in front of people beyond my own incompetence or whatever, right? Which is probably, you know, answers my own question. Like, he thinks he's this fucking samurai ninja fixer, and he's really just a fucking dipshit with a steak knife, speckling poop all over the walls. Because I get the impression he's deemed himself a cybersecurity expert. I guess he didn't know that the person that he was going to say that shit to was me, right? Not that I am, but like I sure as shit know one when I see one. I used to live with a guy that invented cybersecurity. So I know when someone, and plus, not to mention, type A personality, king of narcissists, full of shit too. Also another bullshit artist, right? Like, little did he know, right? Get called out by the guy that, oh, you claim you're psych. Oh, okay. I said, yeah, I've got a background in cybersecurity. I'm not an expert. He's like, yeah, no. He goes, I'm a cybersecurity expert. I'm like, oh, cool. Yeah, so you're full of shit. My ear's ringing, so. So we got that quest. We got the Fate of Turum. We got to go to Terakar Forest, abandon all this other shit. Yeah, like I've got shit to do eventually, you know. These are all good quests, I guess. I do not like Zangermarsh. And I hate to see that, like, if it were ever thrust upon somebody to have to like sit shoulder to shoulder and actually have to explain to like a venture capital firm or something like what sets you guys out from the rest kind of thing. This guy knows how to make an AI that is as smart as a human being that looks like an alien, and it's the coolest thing I've ever seen. This guy has trouble learning how to brush his own teeth every day. You know what I mean? Misremembering, yeah, not to say, right, whatever. The point is, he's not of the same cloth as the other. And what I can say at some point in time, like, well, one of these guys is like quite literally half the age of the other one, and twice as competent, if or more, magnitudes level, orders of magnitude more competent. So, I'd say if you can't figure it out by the time you're in your mid 40s, then you probably should go do something else. And like him trying to advise me on what my OPSEC should be as far as like divulging my identity and everything else, I'm like, yeah, I don't really need that advice from you, to be honest, because I've got nothing to hide from anybody. So I just kind of leave it to myself. That's them trying to foment an environment of, well, we all do this, so you should. It's like, well, no, you all do this because you're full of shit, and you want me to do it, so then that way it looks like we're all full of shit when I'm not, right? Like, I don't give a fuck if it's your standard. You're an idiot. Go find me other than one instance in human history of a successful person that has remained 100% out of public spotlight and used a pseudonym to do it, and that's the guy that created Bitcoin. You aren't him, so you aren't convincing me of shit, period. And yeah, no, like, you aren't being like Satoshi by sharpening your dagger and being a conniving, backstabbing, thieving little sniveling weasel of a person. So, so where the thing is like one of these was an active measure done to deceive me and to deprive me of something that belongs to me to the tune of about $20,000 to $25,000. I could really use that right now. On top of that, it was lost due to somebody potentially being between a rock and a hard place, and you know what I mean. Like, Rob took these measures to fuck me over. Def behaved in a way that you wish hadn't happened, but he probably learned his lesson, kind of thing. One of these I fault a person for. The other, I can say, if Def was in his 40s and made that mistake, we would, it might be a little different, but still, at the end of the day, Def didn't come to me with this hat in his hand telling me a sob story. Rob had this hat and cane and did the entire horse and pony show crying about this, that, and the other thing, and telling me about how, well, I'm not going to divulge that because it's private information from Def or whatever, but, to try and to tug at my heartstrings, right? I'm like, you don't have to, man. All I have is poured into this thing. Add insult to injury, or not insult to injury, but why make it worse? You know what I mean? No need to make this shit worse. But no, he was really trying to sell me this sob story about all this, and I'm like, aren't you like the guy that lives like 30 miles from him, knows him personally, probably, and is also a cybersecurity expert, and like maybe you should be the one stepping up and providing these resources. I mean, you are essentially the co-founder of it, right? In his mind or whatever. So, do I regret it? I guess if I don't succeed here, and I know I'm going to, then it cost me roughly $20,000 to get the other shit idiot out of the picture permanently, and I guess that'll be worth it. And and in all honesty, somebody else might appreciate that, you know. And not that I sit there and say like, well, I'm not that Machiavellian. That's not what my intention was. But in the long list of reasons as to why or why not to do it, it is somewhere in one of the columns, right? Like, and if he doesn't, and if this turns out to be a fucking sham, then he's permanently out of the picture, and that's a good thing. And I knew that, so I can't say that was my motivation for doing so, but it's certainly one of the things I calculated, weighed in my head to try and figure out how to do this right. Because I'm always like, I'm always the type of person, like, we have the, whether or not they're laws or rules of engagement, why do we have these rules of engagement if you just selectively choose when to play by them? I'm here to play by the rules that we have set regardless, and they never change, you know, never after it starts, you know what I mean? But to sit there and like, okay, mind you, if I find out you're full of shit about this, you've forfeited, period. So you will not have a seat at the table. You didn't play by the rules that you created. How can I trust, how can anybody trust you? You know what I mean? Like, not to mention making the rules heavily weighted in your favor and then not even play by your own rules that you created, really? Okay, then there's a special place in hell for people that do that. I promise. And you know, and every day I know I've never had more people on my team. I know every day it's like a snowball effect. I have more people on my team every day. Whether it be this shithead that got that goddamn mage trinket over me, or whether it be this other stuff. I mean, I wouldn't want to be either of these people, that's all. Why am I not getting these things to drop? Hey, look. So I'm gonna sharpen my fucking mind here, and I'm gonna learn about all this shit, and make myself more useful. That's all. And to think, like, the same trolls and shit came out of the woodwork last time. Whenever, after this was all said and done, the 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 Leah that I gave to Def because Rob came to me with his hat in his hand, crying, saying that basically it all goes to zero, it all fails, it never works if you don't do something to help. Um, I repurchased the amount that I gave the deaf to recompensate myself what had been stolen from me, right? And the amount of knockback that I got from that, I'm like, people need to keep your fucking opinion to yourself about this shit. You don't know me, period. You know what I mean? If you had known the fucking the glass I had to walk on to get there to begin with, like you aren't allowed to have an opinion here. That's all. And I don't say that very often, but as far as that's concerned, like that's why I'm just fucking blow it off, dude. These people do not know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm like, so because in a roundabout way, I'm like, you're standing up for the person that fucked me over when you do that kind of thing, and you don't know how bad I got fucked over. So, like, I don't see anybody uh, up in arms about the fact that they had some guy going around conning members of the community out of their hard-earned money to line their own pockets for whatever reason. You know what I mean? I don't see anybody up in arms about that shit. So. Yeah, it's like, but the rapist, did he at least pay for parking? You're like, are you fucking serious? The guy, no, he went to the ballpark, right? Grabbed this lady, raped her. Like, yeah, but did he pay for parking? Like, are you retarded? Somebody was raped here, goddammit. Give a fuck if he paid $30 for parking. Somebody was raped, goddammit. Right? That's what you guys are upset about the rapist not paying for parking? What planet are you from, you fucking idiot? No, somebody stole $20,000 from me. And you're worried about whether or not the guy paid for fucking fuck you then, right? You're a part of the problem, goddammit. I was raped. Somebody raped me out of my $20,000. You know, you're worried about whether or not the rapist paid for parking. I fucking hate you. I don't know what if that's an accurate analogy or no, but kind of. No, there's a good point here. Yeah. No, I said it. Yeah, no, it's true. I think you guys are fixated on the wrong details is all. Recompensate. I say recompensate myself. I'm like, I had to purchase all of the tokens a second time just at a reduced rate to have what I had before it was stolen from me. Yeah, the rapist paid for parking, I guess. I don't know. He paid for it with my money. I know that much. He paid out of my $20,000. I know that much. God damn it. Can you say rape on YouTube? Can you joke about jokes? Are you allowed to have a sense of humor on the internet anymore about anything at all? Yeah, I don't want to get banned on YouTube. It's like my only thing, my only outlet now. I can say whatever I want on X, like quite literally everything, anything, but I don't like streaming so much on X because like filler shit, you know. People see my streaming and go, God, what the most depressing person on planet Earth. The most depressing person on planet Earth. He just plays this fucking video game. After all these years, all he does is, I just gotta fill my time with something for the time being to keep me sane, that's all. God damn it. Right. Okay, we got this caravan quest. Don't you fucking shoot at me, guy.
What brings you here? Please, friend. What brings you here? Please, guide me.
By any means necessary. Hey, look, it's Vorak. It's the same guy from the last zone, ain't it? Right. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess the rapist paid for parking. No, they validated his parking. Can you give me my $20,000 back, please? That's one of those things too. It's like, if I had to guess, you aren't going to hustle nearly as hard to get me my $20,000 as you did to take it from me to begin with, are you? More than likely not. Okay, you are gone. You're going to go somewhere else. And if I have to go make a federal, like, like actually go make one out of it, then I can. Not like I'm some sort of officer or anything, but like, no, I can go to the FBI. I can file a complaint. I can have them subpoena X for the guy's browser history or whatever, footprint things. Like, yeah, no, they do the shit. Every day they do it. Like, if you've ever once connected to X without a VPN enabled, and even then, there's ways to peel off the thing, and I guarantee you can be found somewhere on planet Earth. And the thing is like, well, what he did necessarily isn't, well, like, okay, I believe the guy is completely entrenched in behaving like a shithead on the internet in like a whole bunch of ways that would get him in trouble, period. Level on a Shadow Priest is so much more fun than a mage, although I might just be saying that because I've played a mage so much. Fuck. Fourth person showed up, god damn it. Thought I had it for sure. Extra things spawned. And not to mention, man, I don't think at any point in time would anybody telling somebody to do something, like even if you have to like, well, just make sure you clean up and make it look like this or whatever. I don't think anybody would ever tell you that it's a good idea to make a presentation that slanders the one of the number one AI venture capital firms on the planet in the midst of all this and make an accusation without having like one tangible fact, citing something like the goddamn Wayback Machine and the fact that their website had a change of people on the splash page or something at some point in time. Like, I don't think anybody would ask you to do that ever. And I might be wrong, but then again, I probably don't think I'm wrong. I really don't. I don't think anybody would suggest that was a good idea at any point in time, right? It's like, instead of just biting the bullet and saying, like, what either did occur, what could have happened, like, anything except be responsible for yourself, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I don't know how much I believe any of it, period. But the thing that I came across without never having used Zoom before, I don't really know how Zoom works. I've never used it. Though I do believe there is you have the ability to enhance privileges to the point where you can agree to share screen, and then you can agree to share mouse and keyboard and screen, right, to give people remote access to your terminal or whatever. And I'm not trying to come up with like an official whatever, but like in my best estimate, guy was up late, super tired. If it isn't all just contrived bullshit to begin with, I don't know, right? Stayed up late, fucking busy. Someone requested enhanced privileges. He didn't see it correctly, and granted somebody online enhanced privileges. And apparently they used some sort of script or something, if that's even possible, to extract a private key from his wallet or something. You know what I mean? But to sit there and say that, like, before anybody cites any sort of potential fault on their own, to accuse somebody else of having done something wrong, right? Like, well, why? It's like, well, that's like a real big name venture capital firm. They'll never see this kind of thing, will they? Right? Yeah, well, you'd be surprised. Like, if you yourself knew what you were looking at and knew what you were talking about, you would understand how special this thing is and how likely it is that there are people that watch in like a what do they call it? Like in baseball, talent scouts and stuff. I just watched that movie the other day, and watch and see what, you know. I mean, crypto's an interesting space for people. I'm sure there's a lot of people that spend their free time in crypto to get away from all the other shit sometimes, right? I'm like, so these are things that if you believed even for a second what was being done here, not to mention you wouldn't do it to begin with, but you especially wouldn't do it if you knew how special the thing was. That's all. Do this shit in the middle of town square practically, you know what I mean? And act like nobody's gonna see it? Really? Okay. And the guy was all about trying to spend what Def had. Like, apparently, the money that was stolen at the time got siphoned through a German cryptocurrency exchange, which is suspicious in and of itself, right? And the answer to that was to hire lawyers to file paperwork to an exchange where there's no jurisdiction or whatever, or like you fly by night, non-legitimate, legitimate doesn't really matter. Like, basically, can you waste even more money kind of thing to try and cover the tracks or whatever, and hire lawyers to file paperwork and lodge formal complaints. I'm like, so let me guess, you have a whole bunch of friends that are also self-proclaimed experts that all know how to do these things, and your job was to cover up some of this, clean it up somewhat, and then have your lawyer friends step in and also assume some sort of role that I'm sure they all got paid handsomely for, right? If I had to guess, something along those lines, right? Because nobody works for free except me. Anyway, it's tongue in cheek but true. I don't do it forever though. I do it for now. I don't do it forever. That's the thing is, like, really, if you think of like why I do it that way, well, I work for free now, I get paid well later. I get paid shitty now and work for free later. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather get the fucking messy bit out now. I'll work for free for every day until I don't have anything left. You know. Tell you, man, I should have said something about it the other day. Japan had a nationwide credit card outage. Wood mites? Where are wood mites? How do you do this quest here now? Oh man, look at your bags are full of shit. There's like piles of sawdust here on the floor. There they are. Be right back. Somewhere where I won't get killed by trees while I'm away from computer board. Away from computer board. That doesn't sound like you. I made a big bowl of stir fry. I found a bottle of preservative-free stir fry sauce in the cabinet. And that being said, preservative-free means like hardly any sodium at all. Like the normal amount you would expect just from cooking or regular flavors is
What do you need, stranger? I must remember.
but now it kind of makes sense because at some point in time I what did I do? What did I say? Well, I can't necessarily talk about that. Never mind. I think about it. Not to mention, there were some of those weeks where like I fucking had my PvP gear on and shit still, and the damage charts and all that stuff. I'm like, shit that that's part of learning to play, I guess. Um, yeah, that's part of it. Like, can't necessarily, but I'm like, up until that day though. Did I kill enough of these things? Oh yeah, I completed it. Oh my god. Need to find a water vendor. Mana tombs.
May you find what you seek. Safe journey.
May the light embrace you.
Welcome, browse at your leisure.
Alright, now. Is that really all the quests there? It seemed like there were so many more. Oh, I gotta pick these things up. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I really am. Are these things underground? Remember correctly? Oh, there's Rensless the other day. Rensless. I remember you. Oh, these are all mages. This is a whole cleave group. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know this was a cleave group. I need to figure out a Shadow Word Death on my bar for holy spot for it. Yeah, it's a tough one to find a place for. Shadow Word Death. We do Binding Heal, and then Control 1 will be Binding Heal, and then we'll do Shift 4 for Shackle. That'll work. That'll work. What? Did somebody buff or shield? I mean, I wasn't within range and like healing or anything. We have to be closer than that because or whatever. Did I get aggro from something? 'Cause I didn't cast anything. Fact of the matter is he blocked, got out, and still died before I could get to him. So, like, how am I can't stack further away. I can't stack any more away from where where the guy actually needs heals at. Correct? Because my only option is to say, like, when do you want me to try and heal? That the guy's too far away. I don't have blink. I can't get there that quick. I did this shit yesterday with these people. Waste my goddamn time. If I stayed stacked where that was, where he ran to and ice blocked, if I waited till he ice blocked to run to him, and when do you suspect that I am supposed to on-stack to heal? I don't have blink. You know what I mean? And I didn't cast anything, so I don't think I had aggro. I think one of the other mages like buffed or shielded or something, but I just fucking. And even if though, it's like, and you died, why? You know what I mean? and they curse me and then fucking kick me out of the group and ignore me. Like, uh, yeah, that wasn't my fault. No other mage was there on top of all the, yeah, that wasn't my fault. So prayer of healing is control 1.
I can't trust that.
We are Warlock's AFK. Do we need to replace? Did he say he's going to the bathroom? Oh, I guess he's fucking doing his taxes or something. Why the fuck is it taking so long? There he is. God damn it, dude. They fucking. Can we go? Sporegard. He's Sporegard honored. Good God. Takes this game seriously. He's already rep grinding.
That's still recharging. That's relevant. That's still recharging.
Binding heal's pretty cool. Oh shit! Wait, 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 wait! Oh.
That spell isn't done yet.
Did you fucking resist my heal? God damn it!
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. My mana is low. That spell isn't done yet.
I know you guys. I can't imagine you guys have fun watching me do this. Really, I don't have fun doing it. You know what I mean?
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Gotta be paying attention. 200 billion a year on AI? How's that even possible? And just in tokens? Is he using bots? Crazy.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't done yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't done yet. I can't cast that yet.
Should I flask? Yikes, that's a
I don't know how that didn't pull.
right. That's not my silence button. God damn it. I did 700 damage. Ding dong. That's a fucking cheese sandwich factory.
I'm like super and there's two of these dark casters, and that's gonna equal super lame and gay for me. AIDS, more like AIDS. Oh, that dude does the best shitty tattoos. Did I get my first spirit shard from the first boss? I sure did, didn't I? I musta. Trying to get pet bars, but
Did you see that guy that Shia LaBeouf posted that video, or someone's like, you're like, oh, Shila's doing whatever, huffing glue again or whatever, and then they fucking arrest the lady. They found out the lady was stalking him. How crazy is that? It goes to show you, though. I mean, how often are the paparazzi involved in that kind of thing? Try to make someone look like they're having a meltdown, when in reality, like, following people around, taking pictures of them, and yeah, I guess at some point in time, it might get frustrating. I almost fell for it too. I was like, oh man, because he had that thing where he was screaming at the chestnuts for being lazy or whatever during Mardi Gras or whatever. But I guess no, he really had a stalker. Crazy. Can't just credit people just because they had a terrible day one day or whatever. I almost fell for it.
That's still recharging.
How did that not pull?
That spell is effective.
The light is like shining into the window. It's like reflecting off my screen and everything. Didn't do this yesterday morning. It's so bright. Oh, my head's floating.
I can't pass that way.
lucky ass sphere, dude. All three of them ran there. They're crazy. Figured. Shit. It doesn't always go that way. That was luck. The WoW gods watch over me. I'm pretty sure one of the NPCs even says that.
That's still recharging. I can use this. That spell isn't done yet. I can use
God for a crit. Oh.
my mana is low. I need more mana.
He's got 4 lifetime kills. So do I have. I have 6 lifetime PvP kills. 2 of them were today. Am I out of coffee? It's probably a good thing.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't done yet. I can use this.
This is gonna be impossible. Because it's gonna be all the regular pulls plus shit, isn't it? Okay, thank God. Let's say, like, because it's gonna run all through the instance and pull all this extra shit. Too bad. They started it. Get the ball rolling downhill. Hate when people do that shit. Like, I've committed to this for you, right? Like, I hate when people do that.
That's still recharging.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter. As I am a gracious host, I will tend to you.
Not a moment. I can't cast that. That spell isn't done yet. That's still recharging.
Dance Dance Revolution. The Dance Dance Revolution will not be televised, or will be. What is it? Will or won't be?
That spell isn't ready. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Well, Franchu picked a great time to disconnect. God damn it. Oh, there they are. Quick little DC. Good. I keep checking my phone.
Get closer.
At some point in time, it'd be great to just look at my phone and go, oh, look, all my problems are solved, right? Wouldn't that be awesome? All my problems have somehow fixed themselves.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Ooh, biggest heal ever. Really was. I had a trinket pop and everything. Totem of Wrath and everything. I'm gonna log after this, and yeah, you know. What about you guys? You wanna come play video games with me in real life? I wish you'd play real life Frogger. Wish you'd go play real life Frogger. Had fun though. I guess we're done. Oh my god.